Hello, internet people. How are you doing today? You doing good? I hope so. Pardon me being a little bit low energy, more so than usual. I really could have used a nap, but I just couldn't swing it. Thought I could, but alas, I can't. So, I can go into a little bit further today, what went on, but, I'd like to just, stop holding us up and get started. A nice house coat, but I was wrong. There we go. That's better. So, it has been a hell of a couple of weeks, and I'm reminded why I don't like buying cars from a dealership. Oh man, I got a long annoying story. I got to be careful though. I don't want to reveal too much about, you know, me or anyone else. So, let's see here. Video doesn't seem to be picking up properly, but I can't really troubleshoot it until I switch into that scene, so let's just do that. That's annoying. It's catching the mouse for it, but it's not catching it. Yeah, that's weird. Let's see, window capture, window capture, window capture, window capture, window capture, where is it? Man, this is as categorized and organized as I can possibly get it for someone like myself. But still, I can't find things. Like, I'm not a fellow who's very organized. There is a method to the madness, but nobody other than me understands the method, because there isn't one and I'm lying about it the whole time. Let's see. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's back. So is the audio back? No, it doesn't appear to be. Program audio, program audio, program audio. Oh, no, it is. I just can't hear it over myself. So we're gonna put that there. Put that window right there, that's fine. That away. Tuck that away. That goes over there. That goes there. Alright. Oh. No, wait. Gotta move this. There. Okay, I think we are pretty much ready now. Oh, wait. One last thing. A drink. A nice espresso porter. Alcohol free too, which is really nice. I thought it said nitro stout when I bought it, but espresso stout is probably a better idea. Because I am a sleepy fellow right now. Like I was saying before, I could have snuck a nap in. I could have used a nap, but alas, I did not have time. Okay, let's get back to the automobile thing. This has been like 2 weeks, hasn't it? So I don't even know what we were doing. Alright, let's see. I have a completely fucked up car. So I think this week for Saturday it's going to be a little shorter. I'd like to go for maybe 3 hours instead of 4. Because I've been a little tuckered out. Actually, these past 2 weeks have taken a lot out of me, and I don't think I've bounced back. Okay, so story time. I have had come on, Brain. Brain, I believe in you, Brain. You know how to do this. You've done this before, Brain. I got caught up in a dream. Can someone tell me what it means to live and forgive and then let go? Somehow it's not making sense. Living between the distance. Okay. So, to save myself some money, I decided to switch to a used electric car. Holy shit, I thought this was a shredder. I've been faxing everything we were supposed to destroy. Holy shit. And, so what I chose to get was a Chevy Bolt. And the reason I chose the Bolt is the demand for them was very low. The reason the demand for them was very low is because there was a recall on them. And the recall was the battery pack had an engineering defect in it, and it would light the car on fire. That's why I chose to buy it. Not because it lit on fire, but because they changed the battery pack, so it doesn't do that anymore. But they also made sure to, upon re-engineering it, they used their new battery tech. So not only was it cheaper, not cheaper, not only was the car cheaper to buy because everyone was scared of it because it used to light on fire, but now it doesn't. It's got new battery tech in it, so it had a longer range. And that was a great idea, I thought. I would be such a smart boy for doing that. And I would have been. Except, after about a year and change of driving it, the dealership tells me, well, you gotta bring this in for its regular maintenance. And I do. I do bring it in for its regular maintenance. And the regular maintenance was they wanted to flush a bunch of fluids and do a bumper-to-bumper for me and all that stuff. But this car, practically new, 50,000 kilometers on it, I get told, hey, you have some loose tie rod ends. And I go, okay, well, why would a car with 50,000 kilometers on it have loose tie rod ends? And they said, well, you must have hit a pothole. Like, I haven't hit shit. This is a practically brand new car. And you guys didn't tell me I hit a pothole. You guys didn't tell me the previous owner hit a pothole. And it's a Chevy car at a Chevy dealership. So they knew how to check it. Like, tie rod ends? Yeah, I've worked on cars before. When I was back on the farm, I used to know. I knew how to do it. Jack up the front of the car, all the tie rod ends are there. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, well, I mean, I didn't do it, but to hell with it. Is it under warranty? And they said, nope, it's not protected under warranty. Okay, well, how much is it? And they said $2,100. $2,100, you say? I'm like, yep, that's right. $2,100. Okay, why is it $2,100? And they go, I don't know, I'm not a mechanic. You got a room full of them. You could go ask. You're a dealership. Not very useful. Ooh, I can build the engine. Did I want to build the engine, though? I'm like, I'm struggling to comprehend how this car that's this new needs $2,100 worth of maintenance on it. I'm like, oh. Like, well, we're not continuing till you can explain why it's $2,100 to change a part that takes like an hour to do. And that's when the guy goes, oh, well, no, it takes 12 hours. Like, so it takes 12 hours to do this. And he's like, yes. So what the hell is in this car that it takes 12 hours to change a tie rod end? And he goes, I don't know, I'm not a mechanic. Like, go ask one. You have a garage. Just go ask them. He says, no, they're busy. I'm like, okay, well, we're not continuing till you can explain that. And so, a few months go by. On a loose tie rod end on this car. Which, if you don't know, a tie rod end is basically like a ball joint that you put on the end of your steering, your whole steering assembly, like the thing that gets your steering wheel to make your wheels turn left and to the right. So it's the ball joint on the end of that whole series of gears and whatnot to connect your steering wheel to your wheels. So when you turn it all the way to the left, it moves the rod to the right, and then the ball joint makes your wheels turn to the left, or whichever. I'm wording this really badly, but basically, it's what connects the wheels to the part that your steering wheels connect to. So those wear out a lot, so they're supposed to be really easy to get to for that reason. And, so why it's 12 hours astonishes me. And I'm like, okay, I need to know why it's 12 hours. I really have to know why it takes 12 hours to do this. Oh, did I get a can of putty? I could have sworn I saw a can of putty. Oh, there it is. Ooh, 2 repair putties. Thank you. And so, I'm trying to figure out, why does it take 12 hours to do this work? And I'm not getting an explanation. So I start calling other mechanic shops in town. And I eventually get to my favorite mechanic who I think secretly hates me. And I call him. And I go, hey, Dave, it's Henry. And he goes, oh, shit. And then he hands me to his wife. And then I talk to this guy's wife, and I say, listen, I've got a Chevy Bolt that needs new tie rod ends done. And she goes, okay, well, let me ask Dave. And then she comes back and says, Dave says no. Like, why does Dave say no? I gotta know why Dave says no. Like, alright, I'll go ask him. So she leaves and she comes back and she goes, yeah, to get to the tie rod end, you have to completely dismantle the electric drivetrain. And then, when you're done, you have to reassemble the electric drivetrain and pair the electric drivetrain back to the computer on the car, or you can't start the car anymore. And Dave doesn't have the software to do that. Like, now we're getting somewhere. Why does a car require complete disassembly of its drivetrain to get to a common service component? That's the question we're at next. We got a lot of problems with this. Well, these are all now marked as unreliable. This has got a leak in it. So at this point, it's like I'm not even mad anymore. I just need answers. It's like it's getting real bad real fast. All right. I need another sealing kit. For the other tank. And then I shall fill the car. So now I really gotta know. Now, what's like... Well, actually, no, I already explained that. I now know why it took 12 hours to do. So, like, okay, well, I'm not happy about it. I feel warranty should have protected this car. But then I learned that during the recall, what GM chose to do for Chevy Bolts was if a customer wanted to trade in a car, like trade in a Bolt, they were required to just say yes. Doesn't matter what state it's in, they were required to just say yes, take it, trade them for something else, and basically ground it. Keep it, like, don't advertise it, just leave it to sit in your lot until it can be successfully recalled, like get its battery pack changed. But this was during the pandemic, so there was a chip shortage. Which meant that the cars sat for up to 1.5 years. So they didn't pause the warranty during that time. Which I think is a problem. They didn't see it that way. Probably because it was profitable, in my opinion. Are my wipers on? that, need that. So that is phase 1 of the saga of these past 2 weeks. Pick up blueprint from Oppi's Pneumatube.
The old anomalies took up residence in the crossing points. It's not enough to have a shield. The shield itself needs to be shielded.
The energy drain on that shield is massive. It won't last you more than 5 seconds.
Yes, and?
You'll need to recharge on the go, but the Deep Zone's grid is completely dark.
You know, what if we could reroute our power into the Deep Zone? But we'd need to jumpstart the network somehow.
That car is basically the world's most overpowered electromagnet on wheels. The driver induces a current, then you open the electrical floodgates.
They'd have to induce the current the entire way through the old wall while making the crossing and maintaining speed.
I don't know what to tell you. If you don't believe the driver and that car's got what it takes by now, then go back to hunting ghosts. We've got a job to do here.
This could work. Are you in, Francis?
I don't know.
Look, we have a real chance of losing everything at the old wall. I'd like to not fail this far along.
How can we know this will work?
We don't. That's how science works. We form a theory, and we test it, and we fail. And fail, and fail, and only sometimes do we succeed.
Come on, Francis. Please?
Fine. I'll do it.
All right. The team is assembled.
Driver, get on with building that limb shield. We'll work on spinning up the power grid in the meantime.
Okay. I need an electrician's kit. So that was the start of this very unfortunate, this unfortunate story. So I eventually just throw my hands up and I go, okay, fine. You've described what the problem is and why it's that way. I'll take what you say at face value and we'll go with it. So I approve the work. And then they start working on it. Oh, actually, which means I have to give them the car. I give them the keys, and I go, okay, well, where's my loaner? And they go, they're like, what loaner? Well, I'm giving you my car for 12 hours of labor. You're going to be at this for days. And I have a job that requires my car. So where's the loaner? And they go, the sales team sold all of our loaners. Really? Yes. Yeah. Sales team sold all your loaners. Yes, they did. Okay, well, can you, like, loan me a show car? Like, well, our used cars are our show cars are the loaners. Like, well, can you lend me a used car then? No. So there I am, driving a rental like an idiot. And a few days later, they call me back. And they go, Mr. Ingalls, we'd like to chat with you about your Bolt. And I'm like, yes. They say, so we took the drivetrain out, and we've now dropped your steering assembly out, and your tie rod ends aren't loose, your steering assembly is wrecked. This car is not roadworthy. I don't know how. How can this happen on a car this new? I'm like, oh, you must have hit a pothole. Like, bullshit, I hit a pothole. What parts are broken? Well, you have a shattered bearing, you have 2 cracked gears, and there's something wrong with your power steering pump. And a pothole does that? Well, it's very rare that it does that. Like, very rare. As in, it doesn't happen. Very rare. So... Sure, the battery cost of this protective device is significant, but in retrospect, it was so obvious that the projection and then suspension of semi-magnetized plasma ions in a rapidly oscillating spinor field would provide a substantial physical safeguard, like, duh. Alright, so I need way more thermosap crystals, and I need way more plasma, which means I need way more pneumatic hammers. Where's my pneumatic hammers? Of them. We have a scrapper, 2 vacuum cleaners, a nice flashlight, which means we don't need these flares. There I am, driving around in a rental like an absolute buffoon. Absolutely bitter about this entire scenario. But... oh yes. So then they tell me, yes, you have a shattered bearing, 2 cracked gears, and a damaged power steering pump. I'm like, okay, well now how much is it? $3,600. And we need it for another 2 days. Like, oh my god, I am gonna kill a man. Okay, now we have a thermal vacuum. I'm like, okay, fine, I guess. So if we need to make a limb shield... Actually, I can upgrade that. While I'm here, I might as well. And well, there's a bunch of extra costs I didn't want to, you know, spend. Fuck me, I guess. So, I tell him, like, okay, well, if I say no, what happens? I'm like, well, it's not roadworthy, so we're not gonna... If you say no, you have to tow it, or you need to put it on a flatbed, but you're not driving away with it. So I'm like, okay, well... So if I just abandon the car, you'd have to do it anyway to sell it. I'm like, yes. It's like, okay, well then just do it, and then we'll talk about it later, because you have to... You have to do something about it. Like, you're gonna have to do this work anyway, regardless of whether or not I say yes. So just do it, and we'll talk about it later. 2 days later, they go, okay, the work is done. Oh, great. And like, but General Motors won't let you drive away with it. Why not? Well, there's these insulating cable shields that we can't reuse, so they're making us ship them in from the US. But how long is that going to take? 3 days. Okay. Okay. Yeah, sure, fine. Fine. Fuck me, I guess. I'll just keep on this rental. So I just started shopping for other cars. Yes, by the time the car was ready, I had already made a deal to trade it into another dealership. So I did the deal over the weekend, which is partly, like, which is one of the many reasons why I couldn't stream last weekend. Advanced antenna. And then, actually, only, like, yesterday? No, 2 days ago. 2 days ago did I finally actually have a different car. And that was just all the logistics involved of just, like, getting the car to this dealership to trade it in to get a different car. And the payment plan. Because I didn't want to be on a payment plan, but I didn't really have a choice. So yeah, that's my main story on why I did not stream last week. And I am sorely mad at, like, anything and everything. But oh well, I'm a big boy, I'll get over it. I get to... Shame there's no fuel in the back here. Oh boy. How's everything looking? That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I don't have a lot of fuel here. I don't want to use it unless I really have to. Mini turbine. Oh right, this thing doesn't automatically drain into the tank, does it? Or does it? Let's have a look. One of these has to be it. Ghost on the road. It's a cold one. What a white one. My heart it froze. It's a cold one. Thinking of home. You might have to the auto parker, craft mat. Powered boots, no. Is it under refine? No. doors, panels, bumpers, wheels. Gotta be under fuel. No. Oh, this makes electricity, not fuel. That's why. It's an actual electric generator. It's not a fuel synthesizer. That's a different machine I don't have installed. Alright, so I have to go on a road trip, get the resources to make a limb shield. So a limb shield is what? Let's see. Floodlight cycle, solar panel. I could use a solar panel on the roof. Guess that didn't work. Or can I not be on the... Oh, there we go. Come on. Come on. I put roof racks on the car. This should work. Unless I didn't. Did I not put roof racks on? Could have sworn I did. Yeah, roof racks are on it. Oh, it's a side. Oh. That's dumb of me. Just wasted a bunch of resources on that. Limb pulse emitter, don't need that. We need a limb shield. So we need a plasma, and we're gonna need some more thermosap crystals. Thermosap crystals are in the deep area. So we should plan a road trip deep in there. This could work. 2 trips? Yeah. Yeah, because that gives us, so we're in the outer perimeter, we're getting to the middle. We're trying to get that deep in here. But yeah. This gives me, if I go here, it's just 2 hops. No second chances. So yes. High stress, little sleep. now it's finally all over, and I am now unwinding and becoming very tired. But that's just a me thing. There. I think we'll be fine. We'll be fine. But now things are back to normal. So I wonder what stuff has gone down since I was gone. The Warrens, Swift Storm, Heavy Fog. Battery sapping, Heavy Fog. Yeah, we'll just go the way I originally planned. Okay, well, I want that. I have to remember at this intersection to go this way. But I'm gonna loot these buildings. And I have to be really careful because I don't have a lot of fuel that I need to start. Whoa.
Oppie, I gotta ask. Were you around when the old wall was nearly breached?
You want to know if I was involved?
I mean, sure. No one knew more about where anomalies came from than you. Heck, I mean, you know, the only reason anyone knew anything about anomalies was because of the research branch that you four started to build.
Yes, and we developed ways to prevent anomalies, not create them.
Well, you can't prevent something if you don't know where it's created in the first place.
So you did pick up a thing or two around us scientists.
How about this one? Does this have fuel? Actually, quite a bit. Yeah.
Alls I know is, Arda didn't give two craps about anomaly prevention. You fought uphill the entire way.
Never thought I'd see the day where you'd sugarcoat anything coming out of your mouth. The Harmonic Disruption Research Lab was an abject failure. No, I wasn't involved, but I stood by and let it happen. By that point, the LIM project was in a bad way.
Either it found a breakthrough and justified the government resources it was sucking up, or the entire project was put down. Everything depended on this technological quantum leap that evaded us for decades. In response, all good sense went straight out the window. For every wonder pulled out of thin air, LIM technology conjured increasingly greater horrors. But it was done in the name of progress, and we were powerless to stop it. The Harmonic Disruption Research Branch was
All I could do to soften the atrocities Arda unleashed in the name of progress. I tried to clean up my mess, but I failed.
Go. Dang. Got like 3 cars and I'm almost halfway. We'll go back to the car. Ah, yeah. Whee! Eat shit, bunny. Oh, right, I have the hammers in the trunk. Alright. Matic hammer. Oh, this is so much better. On the upside, though, I did get some progress on the Tandy Coco 2. So, I spent more time than I care to admit researching the proper technology I need to, like, capture this thing. Like, capture the video coming out of this thing than I care to admit. So, for example... Okay, not for example. The main thing was, this computer was built back when home computers were, like, you had the family computer. And the family computer usually comprised of... Do I have a... Oh, I have a loose tire. I'm gonna see if I can make a mechanics kit with what I have. Oh, thank God. And so part of that was to make it cheap and make it accessible. And so Tandy Corporation's solution to... Did it get loose again? The tire just exploded. Bald and blown out. God damn it. Do I have anything? Yes, okay, I have a Liberator, so I could, if I had to... steal one from another car. I just blew out both. Fuck. Nope, that one's just flat. Hatching kit. How did that tire get blown out? I need to go fetch the crowbar that I put in the trunk. We'll just grab what's in there. Let's see, where else? Batteries in the fridge? That trick for long-term battery storage, I don't know. Right. Right, the Tandy. So the thing about the Tandy is it was built to be cheap, it was built to be accessible, and the common thing in with computers of that era is you would only buy one, and it would be the family's computer. And so one of the easiest ways to deal with that is to make it so it can be hooked up to a television instead of being hooked up to a monitor. So the professional computers would be connected to monitors. The computers for home use would be designed to connect to TVs. And this thing only has TV hookups. And so how they chose to hook it up to a TV is they have an RF modulator, which basically means that you have to hook this up to the antenna port of a TV. Thing is, nobody has that, and I don't have that. So now I've been searching everywhere for an RF demodulator. I'm like, how the hell do where the hell do you find an RF demodulator? So I start calling a bunch of AV companies saying like, hey, I need an I need to demodulate RF. What do you have? And they're like, we've got nothing. And then this went on for like a week. So I'm calling all these places and they're like, yeah, we have nothing that can do RF demodulation. And then one company says, oh, are you just like trying to capture analog television? Like yeah. Like, okay, we have one. We know of we have a business partner who makes them. I'll go check with them, see how much it is. They're not telling us what the price is because they stopped making them. This is getting stupid. And so I start searching for hours. Like, okay, what could I even make an RF demodulator? Because, like, honestly, I just need to demodulate for, like, channel 3 or channel 4. That's all those used. Was channel 3 or channel 4. like any of those old computers. Actually, old video game consoles too. They would only output RF on channel 3 or channel 4. Like, can I make an RF demodulator on my own that does channel 3 and channel 4? And then I start looking some more. And then I learned that, oh yeah, those are... Oh yeah, they still make those. Those are called TV tuners. Because, you know, they're for tuning a TV. Because you tune them to the channel you want for your TV. So they're called TV tuners for that reason. And then I felt immediately stupid that I've been searching and trying to describe this thing for like literal weeks. Well, like a literal week. Not weeks, week. And then I'm finally just told, like, oh yeah, that's a TV tuner. And then I felt incredibly stupid because they make TV tuner cards, and they've made TV tuner cards since, like, the early 2000s. So it's like, it's really not that hard to get a TV tuner card. I just am a doofus. Alright, so I need... Actually, did that car have good wheels on it? It had a spare. Actually, it's on 2 spares. That's not very useful. Alright, let's loot this house. Ooh. I don't have my scrapper. I gotta get moving. Actually, that's coming in pretty quick. Let's go get that anchor. Is there a good wheel on this car? A deflated spare, summer tire. Actually, I could use that. No fuel. Alright. Time to leave. How is that fender so messed up already? Ooh. Yeah. Oh, come on. Get off. Okay, so my headlights are failing. This is great. So good. Love that. Love that for me. There. Where was I going with the whole Tandy thing? Oh, yes. So, I did find out that my TV, although it's a digital TV, well, I say it supports digital only. Or at least I thought it supported digital only. What it actually does is it supports analog and digital TV. Like, what am I trying to say? Like peasant vision. Like, you know, you just, whatever public services are broadcasted. But what that means is I can hook up the Tandy to it, which is decent enough. But then I had another snag because RF modulators on computers of that era used an RCA port, like used an RCA jack for it instead of the cable TV cable. So you have to make an adapter. Or now in the modern era, you can just buy an adapter, but that wasn't an option at the time. Like to get it working immediately. But long story short, it does actually work. It works quite well. Now I have to figure out how to actually use it. But I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. It seems a bit... It's too new and shiny and collectible for me. I'd feel bad modifying it. Like, it was new. Like, it was so new, it had its original box and manual. Like, it was good. In really great shape. You know, I think you gotta yield, buddy. Alright. No fuel. I think I just need to get out of here. How about here? Do I have fuel? Little bit. I could use it. Yeah. What's in here? Batteries. More batteries. That's just floating in the air. Anomalies bothering you? Give it the boot. Can you just kick an anomaly to make it go away? Is that a thing? Anything worth looting in here before I go? Alright. Anything in here? No. Nope, 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 nope. Did another tire go flat? Eh. Oh, right, I better check that tire. Okay, it blew out too. Shit. Is there another car I can loot from? That is a rock, that is not a car. Well, if I have a blown out tire, there's not really a lot I can do. If I can't repair it, I have to completely replace it. Right, we have a tree contact. Let me go get it. Ah. Okay. So this was the place I wanted to be. I will pour my porch ale or patio ale or whatever they call it. Not a session ale, it's something else. They call it a patio style ale. Whatever the hell that means. Porch ale. I know, hey? Yeah, I meant to say patio... The can says it's a patio-style ale. And how are you doing? You doing good? I hope so. You know, I am doing a lot better now. As in, like, I have had 2 weeks of bullshit finally come to an end. And now I should hopefully be back to my normal bullshit. My tolerable bullshit. What happened in the 2 weeks? What happened in the last 2 weeks was, a lot of unnecessary car trouble that shouldn't have been car trouble. And it ultimately ended with me throwing my hands up and just buying another car because my job requires one. So if I don't have one, I have to get on it and get one. So that was my 2 weeks of bullshit, was trying to get mine on the road, getting the runaround, and then saying, oh, to hell with this. I'm just going to trade it in for another car. But it was the process to do so was so disruptive, I couldn't stream. So, fortunately, it wasn't anything, you know, life-ruining, or it wasn't like anyone was going to die. But boy, was I bitter. Actually, near the end, part of my solution gave me a little bit of keen satisfaction knowing that I was, being a bit of a petty bitch. So... Oh, right, my tire's blown out. That's why I was looking at cars, seeing if I could steal one of their tires. So, I bought a used car that was a used electric. And the reason I bought this particular used electric was... It was a Chevy Bolt, and the reason I bought it is... Within, like, the first year of people buying this one particular model, it was recalled because there was an engineering mistake made on the battery. And if you went from completely empty and you did a fast charge to completely full, you could start a fire. So people got scared of them, and then there was a recall. But then they addressed it, and so there's now nothing wrong with the car anymore, but people were still scared of them. Justifiably. And so I bought one, and that was my first mistake. But what made this go from, like, really stupid and to me just being petty about it was it was so new. It was like 43,000 kilometers on it. And, like, it was so new, it hadn't gone through its, like, first inspection. Like, you know, the new car owner's inspection, where, like, after 50,000 kilometers, you're supposed to take it in for a once-over for, like, the, you know, the last chance before your warranty's up kind of thing. Well, they called me in for that. And then they said, yeah, your tie rod ends are fucked. I'm like, well, why are my tie rod ends fucked? And they're like, well, you probably hit a pothole. Potholes don't do that on cars with 50,000 kilometers on them. Like, alright, well, how much to do it? $2,100. Like, oh, okay. Very odd. And so, I was not happy about that at all. So I'm like, isn't this protected under warranty? And they went, nope. Like, well, why wouldn't this be protected under warranty? Well, apparently, as the car was sitting, getting its warranty done, this was during the chip shortage, so, like, it had been sitting for 1 year, maybe? Like, a year and change? And so they just kept letting the warranty run down. GM never paused the warranty or extended it for that time they were sitting there doing nothing. And so all of the work that would have been warranty work was now out of pocket. So that pissed me off. That's not what made me get another car. So I'm like, why is it $2,100? And they wouldn't really say. So I had to go look it up. I had to go ask other mechanics, and they go, yeah, so for that model of car, they have to take the whole electric drivetrain out to get at the tie rod ends. Like, no. My favorite thing is they went, well, you know, this is just how electric cars are, right? Like, they're different than a standard car. And I'm like, you built the car, you're General Motors. It's your car. It's not like it's not like this is just the rules of automotive design. You chose to build it this way. It just blew my mind. Well, I mean, I appreciate the sympathy, but, like, honestly, it's just getting more funny than, it's more funny than sad or dire now. Now that all of the bullshit and sadness is out of the way, it's just comedic. And so, how it basically ended was, I'm like, all right, fine, I'll do the work. And they go, okay, great. And then they take my car and they're like, so it's going to be with us for like 2 or 3 days. And I go, great, so what are you putting me in the meantime? And they go, what? Like, yeah, aren't you giving me a loaner? You're like, no. Like, I need a car for my job. It's like, you could get a rental. Don't you have any loaners? Or they're like, sales sold all our loaners. And then as I was waiting on it, they call me back and they go, yeah, so your steering assembly is just wrecked, so it's not $2,100, it's $3,600 now. And I'm like, okay. This is not, how does this happen? And they're like, well, you must have hit a pothole. I'm like, bullshit. Potholes don't do that. So, at that point, I'm like, okay, I have an idea. I'm just gonna get a complete... Okay, so here's one thing I do know about where I live. Where I live, GM dealerships are all interconnected, even if they are independent. And so one of the things they can do is they can trade between dealerships. So I'm like, I'm just going to trade it in to a dealership that's not GM. Because I'm a petty bitch and I don't want them getting more money out of this car. I want them to buy the car back if they see it. That was my little petty bitch. My little petty bitch solution. I'm just gonna sell it to a non-GM dealership. Maybe take the lower trade-in value. Just so they can't get more money. So yeah, that was surprisingly a lot of bureaucracy and paperwork and waiting to get to accomplish, but I just love that the excuses they gave were just comedic in hindsight. Well, you know, that's the risk of buying a used car, like a Chevy from a Chevy dealership that you inspected. How's the whole steering assembly fucked? Oh, you must have hit a bump. You know, you must have just made a huge jump like the Dukes of Hazzard, you know. Bottomed out. I have this really old Camry still going. Right? And that was part of me calling bullshit because like 12 hours of labor to change a tie rod end. Like, I'm a farm kid. Like, you jack up the front of the car and it's there. The tie rod ends are just there. And they're built to be bolted off and bolted on. Because they wear out a lot. Like, it's just part of maintaining the car. The only thing I need to change is the control arm because I drive like a maniac. Like, right? Like, it is not... Like, there isn't an excuse... Like, there isn't an excuse for it other than they engineered it that way. Hey, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. No! Save me! Okay. So, I did choose to be foolish and get an electric again, but what I got, and I'm probably going to regret it, but that's future me's problem, because I'm not good at making good life choices. So what I got was a Hyundai Kona, which is an electric. And the reason I did that is the Hyundai Kona electric is a car manufacturer's drivetrain swap. So they were going to do what I wanted to do to a hearse. I wanted to buy it. If I got rich and lost my mind, I was going to buy a hearse, and I was going to do a drivetrain swap. I think my parents have that car. I wasn't aware it was electric. So they have an electric version. And their electric version is they took the Kona body, like the whole framework, the whole chassis, everything, like the steering assembly and suspension and braking system and all of that. But all they did is they changed the drivetrain out for electric. And it's, other than that, it's the same car. So, oh, they probably don't have the electric version. Yeah, and that's the thing, right, is the only way you can tell that it's an electric is they stick the word electric on the back of the car. And where the radiator grill should be, they put a plug. They just plug it up. And they make it look like the rest of the front of the car. That's the only way you would know. So it is quite literally an OEM drivetrain swap car. And so I'm like, okay, well, at that point, then it should have the same, like, maintenance needs as a combustion engine vehicle, so long as it's not, you know, the motor or the battery pack. Oh yeah, and then the battery pack is they just took the gas tank out and put the battery pack there, which is what guys who electrify old cars do. So it's just a manufacturer sanctioned version of what I was gonna do anyway. And then they gave me a smoking deal on it. So, that's what I'm rolling around in now. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown that onto my car. But yeah, it's a pleasant little vehicle. And it's like, they keep advertising that it's an SUV, but it's pretty small for one. Which I prefer. I don't want some big honking automobile. I've driven my road boats. I like them. I like that in a car crash, it's probably not me who's going to die. But I also like being able to park anywhere. That's why I appreciate a little itty-bitty car. Is a roadboat a large car? Oh, sorry. A roadboat is North American slang for an absurdly large automobile. So think like a stereotypical, like, 50s American Cadillac or something. They call them roadboats. Because they're the size of a boat. I do miss driving roadboats on occasion. Because they're very comfy. I heard a horror story about a killer Golden Eagle 1964 Dodge 330 limited edition urban legend. That's a hell of an urban legend. So it just, like, mowed down pedestrians in the night? Okay, so it's to my left. I think it was the basis for the Stephen King Christine book. Just people who own the car died a lot. Oh, the drivers died. Okay. But not in the car. It's just the act of owning the car cursed them, and then they would die in some way. That's an interesting one. It was quite a large car. Oh yeah, they're big. All right. What's honking at me? Oh, gee, that's really damaging the car. Okay, let's see if I can get back onto the road. Okay, so Hit this little station and turn left. Oh, it's through the tunnel. Okay. There we go. Ooh. Alright, so what's in here? A little bit of fuel. I could use that. Yeah. Well. And another car? God, I am just so lucky right now. So, I got to sit in the driver's seat and as a passenger in an I think it was like a 75 or 79 Cadillac Eldorado Barretts. And that was just 2 couches in a car. Like, truly, when I think of just capitalistic excess and I'm sitting there, I think of that car and I love it. That was the most comfortable ride I think I have ever had. And I've never experienced something quite that obscene. Okay, do I actually have enough energy to leave? Because this storm is closing in very quickly. Oh, God. Oh, no. All right. Yeah, this storm's closing in. I just need to run. Okay, where is it? Okay, where's the exit? Oh, there it is. Well, I didn't get to loot everything I wanted, but I'll take it. I'll take it. But I did practically fill up my car. But I didn't have to take any fuel from the garage. Okay, now did I get enough plasma and thermosap crystals to make the part they asked me for?
Good. You're back safe.
Alright, so I have got a loose tire. That tire's fine. These two are ones I stole. Do I need to make 2 more tires? I should turn the engine off. Alright, mechanics kit to put the wheel back on. I love this. I love this part. You're like, oh no, my car has a problem and I need a mechanic's touch. There, the mechanic touched it. Just bonk bonk, done. Alright, so the paint goes here. Stuff goes in there. More stuff goes in there. More stuff goes in there. The dumpster pearl comes with me. That goes in here. Very nice. Oh, and I got a fax. I've been transformed into telephone signal. Please transform me back. Well, that's what you get for running yourself through the fax machine. Paint and decals. Just paint and decals. Oh, we got a good off-road tire here. That's good. And I got a lot of fuel to siphon. Okay. So I am going to steal this tire. That one's just flat, so that's fine. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. This wheel I stole. What about the other side of this? Does this have off-roads on the other side? So it is a blown one. Got a perfectly fine one. We'll take the perfectly fine one. There, back as we were. How are we for repairing things? Armored panel. Insulated doors. So we have one armored panel, that's good. Oh, there was another armored panel I could have taken, huh? Insulated. Steel. Light, summer tire, headlight. Actually, I need to make insulated headlights. Can I make insulated headlights? Did I go that far? Bio headlight, swamp coral. Probably best not to think about whether or not it might be a lot. You know what? To hell with it. I'll make the bio headlights. Because these are coming off a little unreliable now. Yeah, so this is the one that's unreliable. Got the bulb back, that's good.
I got caught up in a dream. Can someone tell me what it means to live and forgive and let go? Somehow it stopped making sense. Living between the distress. I'm making a life, but I also am taking a home. The tracks are jumping on their own now. The rain is asking if I know how much it hurts when the earth.
There's the goofy kind of kludgy car I'd want. There we go.
Can't know what could.
The bodywork's a little sorry. The limb pulse emitter's not doing so great either. What do I need for that limb shield again? I need 3 more plasma, so I actually need to go on another road trip. Shit. I was kind of hoping I had everything I needed. Let's see if I can research something, though. More lockers? I don't need more lockers right now. Don't need a bioflare gun. Reinforced headlights? Scan a tour bus. Okay, don't have a tour bus anomaly. Could scan some roof floodlights. That could be useful. Available. Expanded locker. No tracking spotlight. All-terrain tire. Extra large roof storage. A far more effective solution than a wall of lead, this field of charged particles captures and effectively neutralizes even the most energetic ionizing radiation. Power-hungry but life-saving. Ooh, that might be useful. What about storage? I can always use more storage. Carbon fiberglass. Oh, but I need way more corrupted energy to do that. Alright, so I'll just do roof storage. Oh, I need a lot more swamp coral for that. The easiest solution is to just carry more shit. Okay. I did get a lot more thermosap crystals, though, so that's good. But I need to do another road trip for more plasma. Two. Three. I wonder if the dumpster can give me more putty. Anything else? No? Okay. Battery's okay, feels really good. I think just one more road trip in the outer zone should be fine to get me what I need. Oh, I can't.
Through the snow, it smells like money. Rivers for spines between the dry pines, our bones unbecoming.
All right, let's take E5.
You might have to hang behind.
And now another deadly road trip in the crazy radioactive public park. Not public park. Nature reserve. I love the advent now. Well, not the advent. The push for alcohol-free beer has been amazing. So once there was this... Okay, so in Canada there was this... There's this push to look, is that the one you were drinking now, alcohol-free? It is, yes. So Canada's got this weird... I wouldn't say weird thing going on, but... they call it, like... It started with this thing called Dry January, and part of it was the federal government pushing for it. But basically, because of further research into, like, the effects of alcohol consumption, there's been a push to have Canadians drink less, because beer is a very core part of our culture. It's really hard to, you know, try and convince them not to. And it is working, though. It is taking, like, it took a while, but it is working. But it was slow enough that the breweries got wise to it. And they didn't try and push the other way. They didn't, like, try and convince people to drink more. They instead chose to pivot. So a lot of the smaller breweries that are more nimble, developed recipes that either had a sub 1% alcohol content, which makes them non-alcoholic, or classified as non-alcoholic, or they developed processes to de-alcoholize or to take the ethanol out of the beer that they brew. Which means now there's actually decent, tasty beer that has no alcohol in it, which I like, because I like beer because it tastes good to me. Being a bit shit-faced after like 10 of them is a plus, but that's not the main reason I'm drinking it. I'm drinking it because I like it. There's a Russian drink called kvass. It's about 1 or 2%. It's like a... Is it like an ale, or is it another type of drink? I'm not sure, actually. It's fermented bread and raisins. Well, that does sound tasty, actually. So it's basically a, yeah, like a fermented grain drink with raisin. That sounds pleasant. Bad for your teeth, though. I imagine there's probably a lot of sugar and very acidic. Huh. Could it be the raisins doing that, maybe? Could be. Picnic area. Boy, it is storming fierce out there. Let's try the headlights. Damn. That is blinding. Let's go get that audio cassette. Yeah, so the one I'm drinking right now, it's from a brewery in Calgary called what's it called? Garden Shed? Tool Shed Brewing Company. Because they were the story goes he was bootlegging in his tool shed before he got caught, and then he made a business. And so this one is called People Skills, but then they took the alcohol out of it, so now it's Zero People Skills. What was he making in the shed? Whiskey? Beer. So the beer I'm drinking, that's why the brewery's called Tool Shed. Or at least that's what they say the reason is.
After the multi-stage evacuation of the Olympic Peninsula's 100,000-strong population, the records get sketchy. Once the region is swept clean of civilian eyes, the flow of information trickles to an eventual stop. ARDA has always maintained that the evacuation was done in the name of national security.
That there was simply nothing more patriotic than sacrificing your homes, with the communists plotting our demise across the Atlantic. Certainly not because there was any danger from the strange experiments happening inside, or situations most unnatural to witness. ARDA kept a wide berth, displacing citizens far ahead of the front line, so first-hand accounts of things going awry were rare.
But rumors spread fast, and everyone had some story about a distant relative whose pet changed in inexplicable ways, or a friend of a friend who followed strange lights into the woods and never returned. Once the civilians cleared out, the ARDA employees moved in. Scientists, officials, support staff,
and their families made the Olympic exclusion zone home, reaching anywhere from 300 to 1,000 in total at its peak. What any of them were doing in the zone was kept hush-hush, but the population just outside the walls found the secrecy irresistible.
Every shipment of raw material, out-of-season weather pattern, and inexplicable light or sound became the talk of the town for the first decade of the zone's existence.
Don't need a steel panel. But I am going to, but you bet I'm gonna try taking it. Something shining over here. Crude headlight. There we go. More fuel. I can always use more fuel. I'll just plonk that away. Oh, we got people drag racing some more down there. Now that it's summer, everybody's getting their cars out to show off and shine up and drag race and impress girls. Actually, one thing I do miss that maybe now that the pandemic's over, I'd like to go back and do is we have this odd thing where I am, where our downtown doesn't have a nightlife. Instead, another part of the town wakes up, and that's the nightlife. That's called White Avenue, and so it's nice to in the evenings go to White Avenue, and folks will drive their classic cars or do little parades down White Avenue while you're having like pints on the sidewalk. It's nice. I miss that. Well, it's certainly not going to happen tonight, though. There is a hockey game, which means one of the things when I was finishing my errands up today was I wanted to make damn sure I wasn't around when the hockey game was on, because that shit goes crazy real fast if you're not careful. Sometimes the people fight each other more often than the hockey players do. God. Keep getting loose. Bunk bunk. Oh, that's got a leak. Sealing kit. Ah, I need more rubber. Not even on a day when a match is on. In Russia, there's a tradition of soccer hooligans just going out in a field and fighting. Not even on a day a match is on. Just like, hey you, let's fight. Them's fighting words. Wapow! It sounds incredible. And they try and capture the banner of the other side. Oh, so there is actually a goal in mind. beating the shit out of Vlad to get his flag. But then when they capture it, they post photos with the banner, but upside down as a sign of disrespect. Alright, there's the third one. There's no plasma here though, and I need more plasma. Where'd the anchor go? Shit. Did I drop it? Oh well, it's gone. Alright, let's see if I can loot some more buildings before I take a portal out of here. There was this one time in BC where their provincial hockey team was in a tournament and they got really close to winning the cup, which is like the thing that you can tell I'm not good with sports ball. But we have what's called the Stanley Cup. That's basically the that's the trophy you're trying to compete for. And British Columbia got really, really close, and so one of the mayors, I think it was in Vancouver, decided as just like, you know, a fun thing that everyone would enjoy, that he would set up a giant TV and like a, you know, like those LED panels that you get that you can just infinitely expand them out. So he made he had a giant LED display put up, and then he took like the town square and he set it up with like tables, and I think it was like it set up a beer garden in there. Then the team lost, and so then it turned into ground zero for a riot, and they just burned everything down. It was hot garbage. We don't let it down. We don't let it down. We make fun of VC for it all the time. Yep, they lost, so they had a massive meltdown. I think there's some infamous picture. I wonder if it's still being circulated, but they flipped a cop car and they torched it in a rage for losing. It was just amazing. There's just a cabinet in the side of the road? There's just a dresser. Don't need the crude bumper. Not allowed in here of value. There's supposed to be something special in here, or no? Alright, there's gotta be plasma around here somewhere. I love it. What are those figures? So those are mannequins, but the entity name they give them is tourists. But they have explosives in them. So if you touch them, they explode, and if there are nearby tourists, they explode as well. So sometimes it's fun to just bump them, make them go boom. Big ol' coffee pot. That's the way to do it. Alright, let's try spinning around and hitting that other one. There's gotta be plasma around here somewhere. Actually, did I have plasma in here? No. No plasma in the Squire either. They do have an armored door. Ooh. Right, I don't have the means to... I don't have a Liberator anymore, so I... Actually, maybe I do. Do I have a new Liberator? No. Okay, maybe this one's got plasma. No. Like, I get why they chose to use those, because people... There are people who have, like, this moderate fear of... Well, look at that. I was talking about it out loud, and I got a spare Liberator. Like, I get why they're mannequins, because there are people who have this, like, deep-seated fear of mannequins. I can get why it freaks people out, but I don't know. It just seems silly to me. Because, like, they also move when you don't look at them. I don't know, when I see mannequins, I just want to put them in silly poses and put stupid hats on them. Or, like, I feel bad and I prop them back up when I knock them over. Okay, so I was just there. This is a Squire I was looking at before. No, it's not, but... It wouldn't hurt to take some of those panels. There's one armored panel. Is there maybe a second? Be pretty sweet if there was. Nope, guess not. Can't have everything. Oh, that communications tower probably has plasma. Well, I tried to go up that hill, but that ain't happening. Oh, I bottomed out. That's better. That's better already. Yeah. That's fun. No plasma here either. Don't need a panel. You know what? I think I need to do another trip. 'Cause I got none whatsoever. Actually, what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up a gateway and I'm gonna start the trip over. So I can just bring back what I have. I certainly got enough chemicals I can do repair putty. That is a log. And I'm stuck. Alright, cue the banjo. We're going off-roading. Something, something, Duke boys. Back. Alright. That didn't go great. Actually, that went pretty dog shit.
How'd the zone treat you this time?
Alright, wrecked bumper. Dixie playing on the horn. Yep. Oh, we got a fax. Newsflash, Olympia, June 27, 1969. Washington biologist and bear expert Paul Dean says he knows why the animals are no longer present on the Olympic Peninsula. Through his bizarre theories and disruptive behavior have landed him in hot water. Bursting into a legislative session with the Capitol building this morning, Dean insisted that a conversation he had with a pod of orca had revealed orca. The orcas told me what's going down. I cannot hold any more paint. Wood panel. Wood paneling? How did I not know about this? And I have so much of it. I'm gonna have a woody wagon. The best kind of station wagon. Damn straight it's a woody wagon. And we're gonna do yellow. I don't think I like that. There. This is the type of car. a professional drives. A red paneled station wagon. Alright, so I have to put this in here. The wire replacement. I want it. I want it. A tardigrade with a cowboy hat. Why, yes. That is the howdy grade. It's amazing. I love it. It's precious. This car ain't big enough for the both of us. Okay, but I want... Come on, it's gotta let me have that. And is it not gonna let me? I'd love to just have my logo replaced with a shitty coat hanger. Let me have my shitty coat hanger. Aww. Is it that Oh. Okay. I only have so many inventory slots. Okay, well, you know what? I'm not... that doesn't look so bad. I wasn't crazy about that shifter anyway. Some people believe that tardigrades are not from Earth. Well, you know, with what I've been how they've been described to me, I don't blame them. All-terrain tire. Hey, look at that. I have everything necessary. Paddle wheels, I don't need paddle wheels. Because, like, isn't it that they can turn to glass? And then they can flip back later? That's pretty cool. They're just like, nah, this environment's not for me. I'm gonna turn to glass. Wake me up in, like, 10,000 years. Health 300. Health 250. Health 175. 125. They have very unusual adaptations which are really overkill for environments on Earth. Oh, so I take it the hypothesis is that they mustn't have evolved those things on Earth because there was no environment on Earth that would warrant those types of adaptations. I could believe that. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, to me it does. I don't know if it's sound to like an expert. But if somebody had a straight face and told me that, I'd believe them. Okay, what else can I research? Hey, look at that. I have enough unstable energy for that. Resource radar? This is exactly what I need. Because I need to find plasma. Resource radar, resource radar. Actually, I was gonna make a new engine too. If they did come here on a meteorite or asteroid, that means there is life out there. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it that there is. I'm fairly confident there is. Like, even if it's like a snowball, well, us existing is a snowball's chance in hell, but there are so many different planets out there. I'm fairly sure it's one of those lightning strikes twice scenario where there's gotta be at least one. I couldn't think of it not happening a second time. Okay, so I'm not going to spend the money on the turbocharged engine. The reason I don't want to is because the limb shield requires a lot of that thermo crystal stuff, so. Let.
You might have to hang behind.
Let. All right. This thing needs a lot of fixing. And the battery thing here. One of these has got a problem. That's the turbine. What's wrong with the generator? Oh, it's just unreliable. Oh no, it's the battery inside that's got a problem. I need an electrician's kit. Where did my kit go? Did I drop it? electrician's kit on this battery. Oh, I need a sealing kit. I can make a sealing kit. Another sealing kit. I can make another sealing kit. And a mechanic's kit. Bunk bunk. There. All right. Now, how do I configure this? Changeability. How goes the station wagon quest? It goes pretty okay. I tried to grab some resources to do nerd shit for scientists, and that didn't work so... That didn't work out so well. Limb enhanced first aid attention on the go. Oh! Replace the current ability. Okay. That is... Okay. So that's left control. Okay. And how are you doing? You doing good? I hope so. Man, I had so many of these. Still alive. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you're good. I'm glad... Well, I mean, you didn't say you were good. You said you were alive. I am glad you are alive. You know, I did say I was going to make it short, like 3 hours, but I'm feeling pretty alright right now. I think I could do one more trip. That reminds me. I better save, actually. The fuel is okay. Yep. In Kazakhstan, there's a greeting where you say, "You still live," like you're surprised the other guy is still alive. That's both really nice and also a little dark. If someone was like, "Yay, I'm glad you didn't die," I'd feel bad. I'd feel nice. I'd feel appreciated. Okay. I have a big fucking ram. I think the greeting originates from earlier times when Kazakhstan was a wild, lawless place. Admittedly, I don't know a lot of the history of Kazakhstan. Me neither. And I don't think Borat is a good reflection of Kazakhstan. I just know they claim that Attila the Hun came from there. Alright, so I got 1, 2, I got 3 jumps. Hopefully my tires will hold together. Malfunctioning mess. I don't know what that means. Wait, that's... I've had that bumper on the front of my car for like the past several weeks. I thought it was passive. No, I had to configure this and activate it. I know a guy from Kazakhstan. He saw Borat and was laughing his ass off, but the actual nation of Kazakhstan was quite offended. I mean, I bet. I think, I know South Park can be a sore subject for some, but like one thing I thought was funny was when they made fun of Canada. Because the things they made fun of Canada for, they made damn sure were accurate. Like, the reason all the Canadians ate Kraft Dinner in it was because Canada is the largest consumer of Kraft Dinner. At the time the show aired, Canada was the largest consumer of Kraft Dinner, so that's why every Canadian ate Kraft Dinner. I never understood the animation style of the Canadian people. I think the point was just to show that it was like, I don't know. I thought it was that it was supposed to show that it's like, lagging behind the United States or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too far into it. Then the other one about the Rough Riders game, that's real. Because we did have 2 football teams named the Rough Riders. Crashing my forests is unbearable. Think of Bill the Bear. Keep our forests clean. Is Kraft different there or the same? It's the same Kraft Dinner. Betting on those games would be confusing. Yep. The joke about follow the only road is in reference to the Trans-Canada Highway. Because the only road that we have that goes across all of Canada is the Trans-Canada Highway, and it was built because it was difficult to get across Canada. Like, every single thing they joke about is kind of not a joke. And it's like, that's why I appreciated it. Like, yeah, some of it is just being goofy. But a lot of those were like actual things. The whole thing about the French Canada, yeah, that's Quebec. Have you seen the one about the royal marriage? No, admittedly, I fell off of watching it after a while. Actually, what happened was it's weird. I actually stopped watching TV. I just never... It just didn't appeal to me anymore. Like, I was paying a lot of money for it, and then I just, more often than not, was operating my computer and wasn't watching TV. So I'm like, why am I paying money? So now basically my television's only job is to act as a giant display for, like, when guests come over, we hook up a computer or a games console or something. But yeah, like, I normally don't watch TV. I played the games, though. Yeah, they seem like fun. I was told that their newest one wasn't very good. Truck. There's a whole goddamn truck over there. These headlights are amazing. Asthma. Okay, I'm putting the steel plates in here. Just, I don't like that sound. Well, we got another audio recording too. And, oh, I hate this. We're going off-roading. That is a car. Ooh. Look at this. Look at these headlights. Oh my god. It could be such a... Now I'm the asshole with the headlights that are too bright, blinding everyone around me. You know, it's an interesting predicament with LED lights, because we had we encountered this incident, well, not incident, this issue. I don't know if it was the same thing in other countries, but in Canada, we had this problem where headlights were getting, like, so bright with LEDs that we had to regulate and like enforce headlight brightness. Like if it was too bright, you could get dinged for it because you start blinding everyone around you. Which I thought was a little... Locked door? Not with crowbar. Yes, I'm a 21st century man. I use tools. We have technology. And how you doing tonight, Ichisu? You doing good? Also, it's not regulated enough for the headlights. Which is it's an odd scenario to be in, right? To regulate that your headlights can't be too bright. Because you'd think that in the dark, you should be allowed to have them as bright as you could get away with, so that you know what's going on around you and you can react accordingly. Dealerships sell cars without the headlights being aimed. Oh, that's another one. That's another one that happens. The headlights aren't adjusted, so they're like pointing up in the air. What's the kick key again? Stupid barbecue. All right. That relay station. Oh, for the love of God, that relay station better have some plasma. This is my whole holdup right now. Is there a plasma generator? Shit! Still no plasma. I just want plasma. Oh no, the super... Ooh, that's valuable. Whatever. I was gonna make fun of the mannequins. Okay, I already have wood paneling. I already have it on the car too, so that's not important. Have you seen the tech coming out? The lights detect oncoming vehicles and adjust it to not shine in the oncoming windshield, but still provide full illumination? No, I've not heard of this. But that sounds... See, that sounds like a feature I would want. Like a fancy car feature I would want. Of, not blinding my fellow drivers. I would... If that was regulated, that it had to be a feature of my car, I would do that. I would take that. I'd take it. If I give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gears, I get 1 electronics. Like seatbelts are now. Ooh, a plasma scrapper. That sounds very nice. Yeah, I don't need this crude headlight. No, I want the first aid kit. No plasma. Still no plasma. This is ridiculous. Oh, but that's an anchor. I think that's an anchor. I want it. Excuse me, gentlemen. There. Not much for getting plasma, though. Oh, that's a log. Oh. I want to play the audio recording. Okay, I guess I can't play this audio recording? That'd be nice. Really like that. That'd be pretty cool. I've done it before. Ah, here we go.
Sadly, that's about where the cold, hard facts end. Listeners, I tried. I really did.
I started my investigation in the usual fashion, digging up every piece of public record I could get. The paperwork is maddeningly typical up until 1955. Census records, soil samples, weather reports, hand-drawn survey maps, the beginnings of satellite photos, all readily available for anyone with the patience to walk themselves into a county office. But those materials don't tell me much, and I quickly am forced to turn to more dubious sources. Before the downing of multiple passenger planes and the subsequent establishment of the no-fly zone in 1962, crude aerial photos are taken and circulated. This is where things get interesting. I find fuzzy shots of what appears to be entire mountains relocating overnight, buildings disappearing and reappearing at random, and lakes filled with water or light, depending on the time of day. The resolution is dubious, making them inkblot tests in their own right. They are the stuff of dreams among amateur investigators and conspiracy theorists alike. The most outlandish, improbable, and extremely unverifiable stories came from breachers, people rumored to have jumped, tunneled, hot air ballooned their way through the walls. If they're to be believed, there is much to be uncovered.
But more on that later. LIM technology is not paraded around in the press for long. As the government withdraws acknowledgement that it ever existed, the public's interest similarly begins to wane. The last verifiable activity is an exodus of ARDA employees from the zone, beginning in 1981 and followed swiftly by a full decommissioning of the zone in 1987. After which, those 3,600 square miles are sealed away and left behind with no explanation. A tomb, minutes away from the populous, perfectly normal city of Seattle, with decades of history and secrets locked inside. And that is where I'm left to fill in the enormous, ill-defined gaps.
Just park up right beside the reality destabilizing thing I just did. Saves me the trip. Saves me the headache. They tricked us. Alright, let me in. Phasma? Come on. Phasma? Peace? Anything? Canned food's pretty good, though. I'll take that. Alright. Well, we'll just go down the road, I guess. Oh, that's useful. Okay, don't need those paints, because I already have tons of that paint at home. Okay, am I at the road yet? There we go. All right, then we'll hit up E2. The Downs. Residential damp forest. Okay, I am glad I invested in these headlights. I remember when people were bitching and moaning about having to wear seatbelts. Which just baffles me. Shit. Well, lucky I have a second pneumatic hammer, but I need to make a crowbar. Okay. So some famous person died and they made seatbelt wearing mandatory in the 70s. That's what I heard. Like a celebrity? Well, you know, it would take a celebrity dying for people to, you know, start caring. I find that the average government official doesn't really care unless it affects them directly or, you know, they're actually good at their job. Not many are. Only one plasma for that. Damn. I think in I can't remember what the justification was in North America other than just enough people complained at that it finally got legislated in. Oh, there are 3 here. Okay, we have a barn and... Don't need that. A dresser. That's sealed in. What about this barn? This crude flashlight is definitely earning its keep. Don't need fuel right now. Backpacks. Car. The fuel truck. Actually, that's a pretty useful feature. That radar dish on the top that's surprisingly helpful. Get this one. Gears for thermosap crystals. 1, 2, 3 gears for 1 thermosap crystal. Now that's a good deal. I can probably make some right now. Ah, damn, repair putty. I can repair everything! Yeah! Throw some putty on it. Just throw some putty on it. Shit's fucked up, throw some putty on it. Bit of putty. Yeah. Alright, now let's make some gears. Did it not take them? That would kind of suck. That would be sad. Yeah, gears to thermosap crystal 3. Okay, I guess not. Guess that's not how that works. Well, now I'm sad. Oh! Back on an apocalyptic road trip. Anomaly, apply boot, evade. That sounds stupid enough to work. Ooh, there's one of those plasma generators. There we go. Maybe I'll get what I need after all. Sealing kit, very nice. And a good windstorm, that'll recharge the car. That's very loud. Oh, I dropped my sealing kit. Okay, so I need one more. So there's one just down here. Nope, wrong way. Ah, there it is. Oh, I'm holding my sealing kit. No, I'm not holding my sealing kit. There. Get out of my way. Okay. Headlights. And now, is there a plasma generator in here? No. Chemicals, gas canisters, the good stuff. But I am one short, one plasma cell short. Oh, I gotta get in the cart. Okay, where else can I go here? There's some relay stations down here. Hey, this place might have something. Oh, a gas station. Big dance. There fuel in here? Ooh, there's a good amount, actually. How am I for fuel? Damn it. There we go. Oh, I better hurry up. That storm's closing in. Ooh. Cargo truck. I'm getting distracted, but it's good shit. Any plasma cells in here? No. I can take the antenna. Alright, there's gotta be plasma up here. Gotta be something. Okay, there's nothing here. Nope, that's the wrong way. I do need those, though. Oh, it's stuttering. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why is it stuttering? Nope, no time. We gotta go. Oh, it's closing in on me. Okay. Last chance to get that last bit. Malfunctioning mess and disruptive discharge. Okay. So we'll let the storm recharge the battery. Actually, that's probably the best problem for me to have right now is this storm. No, I need the crowbar. Alright. Is there a plasma generator nearby? No. Okay. So if I hang a left here... That should get me to 3 spots with... Oh, I see a plasma generator down there. Oh, thank God. There we go. And we got a little house down here. I have succeeded. I've gotten everything I want, which was plasma. Everything else is just gravy. Yeah. Now let's go. Zoom, zoom, zoom. I also have to wait for this to die down. And I got a flat. Great. I need mechanics kit. Bunk, bunk. Bunk, bunk. And a ceiling kit. Oh, and I'll need another one. Fix the glass. There we go. We are ready to go. That's a weird looking car. It's got plants all over it. Oh, it's just a normal car. Okay. Don't need fuel. I'm pretty good on fuel, so I don't need to steal from the other cars. That didn't work out so well. Now, how do I get up there? Do I just follow this road? Alright, hang a left. Ooh, I got another one. I've worked on the zone for 8 years, and I've seen the bunnies, I've seen the crawlers, I've seen those things that explode. This is far worse. This was a monster, like a dark, bristling caterpillar, the kind you see inching along the sidewalk. Except this one was climbing the first wall, the old one from the 50s, and it was easily half the height. It must have been 100 yards long, and it climbed that wall as easily as if it were a cur. That another one? No, that's something else. Put that away. There. Now, I want those 3 anchors. And the audio recording. Alright, so then I take this intersection here, I think. And that gets me up onto the bridge, and then I can go across and grab those things. Ooh, another cargo truck. Not a lot of value, but I did get a potato antenna bauble. I think. Put in detailing station. When in doubt, let the starchy one light the way. Yeah, it's literally just a potato on the antenna. That's amazing. That brings me joy. Okay, another one of those cool pneumatube things. A fuel tanker, which I don't need. Ah, here we are. Anchors! So many anchors. I require anchor. Surrender your anchor. Then there should be another one right up this road. I don't need anything from there. Oh, there's the second. Oh, there are the other two anchors. And the third one. Then we'll grab the audio log, and that will be it for the runs. For all of the runs out here in the national park. Really? And up the hill we go. Grab that last audio log for this trip. Oh, fuck.
So that's the history of the Olympic Exclusion Zone. We know it absolutely existed, and that something blighted the area. Dr. Ophelia Turner was a real person who grew up there, and LIM technology, claimed to be her invention, was the reason the zone was created. The facts point to either the pursuit of LIM or the technology itself
Doing something terrible to the area, and maybe even to the people who stayed behind. For such a vast, valuable area as the Olympic Peninsula to be lost to the world for the indefinite future, someone needed to take the fall. The evidence in this corner paints the target square on the martyr part of this equation. Or did Dr. Ophelia Turner know what she was unleashing upon her homeland? If she did it willingly, then she would have been a monster. But if the government strong-armed her into it, then she would have had no choice but to become a martyr. To answer that question, we need more information still.
All right. We'll get back onto the road. Well, what did that do? I don't even know what that was. Okay, so if I swing around here, and I get... Yes, I think I can. I also have to get closer. And away we go. Perfect. That was the easiest one I think I've done.
It's a really good thing I never kept any mirrors in that garage. Better not to know if you've been teleported with your head on backwards.
There we go. Well, it's not completely mangled. That's good. Actually, those bio headlights are doing a really good job. Should have enough plasma now that I can make this limb shield thing. There it is. Okay, well, this thing's unreliable now. So now I have basically the upgraded version of that. We'll arm it. Sure, battery cost for this protective device is significant, but in retrospect, it was so obvious that the projection and suspension of semi-magnetized plasma ions in a rapidly oscillating spinor field would provide a substantial physical safeguard, like, duh. There. The, what? Alright, what do I have for... What does this do? Oh, the only description is just... ah. Yes. Yes, that's what we're putting on there. That is a good antenna. Okay. So this impulse emitter needs to get recycled. Welcome to Anomalies as a coherent and integrated ecosystem. In this 3-part lecture, I will... Alright. I got all this shit. So I have now overflowed into the last locker I've got. Okay.
My soul is durable.
One armored
My
panel?
aching soul is durable.
Alright, so one more road trip, and I should be able to have pretty much everything about this car armored. Well, I insulated the bumper. I can make an armored bumper. I can do that before we wrap up. Actually, and I can upgrade the engine. I have enough thermosap crystal. That was probably an incredibly stupid idea of me, but...
Sulfur and smoke floats through the snow. Smells like money. Rivers for spines between the dry
It looks okay.
of bones unbecoming.
So I got a little bit more pep.
You might have to hang behind me.
Actually, don't I have enough that I can just make an armored panel? Okay, armored bumper, armored bumper. I have no more parts in the part locker. I'll drop the bumper in here.
Ghost on the road. It's a cold one. What a white one. My heart it froze. It's a cold one. Thinking of home. You might have to hang behind me. Hang behind me. You might have to hang behind these lights on the highway.
Got a lot of wood paneling. Don't have this retro stripes though. Red paint, crimson paint. I already have crimson paint, I think. Paint stripper, paint stripper. Yeah, I like these. I have just the doofiest car a fella could ask for. I've put the weird emitter thing on the front. This engine, I haven't... guess it's going in here. Never mind. That's just going on the floor. I got nothing more to research, or that I can research. And Roger Rabbit is in. And hi, and thank you for raiding. How you doing? You doing good? Pretty good, my pleasure. How are you? I'm doing pretty alright here, but I have some bad news. I was actually wrapping up myself. So, I have an idea. Yeah, we hit the, let's do this. Let's put our heads together and combine the viewership we've got and see what kind of... who else we can both, raid into. What do you think? Let me get Twitch up, see what, we can confer together, see who we can hang out with for the night. Sorry to dump cold water on you like that. Nah, it's too much work. I'm tired. Please excuse me. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry to put the heart on labor. Nah, it's fine. I didn't mean to do that to you, but yeah, we'd actually accomplished what we wanted to today. So let's do this. I've got an idea on some folks we can raid over to. Why don't I float through? But if you're wrapping up for the night and you need to rest, you're more than welcome to. I'm still really grateful that you chose to raid into me. That's very kind. Let's see, let's see if we can carry it on over to something. Oh, cool gears. We've got let's have a look. Ooh! You know what? I have an idea. There is a fella who caught my attention a little while ago. His name is The Best Stove. And he's a stove. So, let's do this. Because I gotta get myself wrapped up for the night too, because I have to be up a little bit early tomorrow. So, let's flip on over to him. But before I do that, let me get... He must be the best. Yes, I have... It says right on the tin. Right on the tin. So we'll flip on over here. All right. So we've got so let's do a little bit of a recap about tonight. I originally started this saying to myself I was only going to do 3 hours because I felt a little tired and worn out from the bullshit and sadness from the week. But as time went on, I started to perk up, and we actually went a little bit over the 4 hours. And our goal was, as part of this whole plot point, we were supposed to build a machine that mounted to our front bumper that's supposed to act as a shield for some really dangerous thing we're about to encounter. And there was one resource we were just struggling to get for the longest time. I'm gonna say half the stream was just trying to find that resource. And what's really annoying is that it was a very common resource, so it was that was just incredibly frustrating. And we had Roger Rabbit swing on in, and he raided us, and that was very kind of him. Got to say hi, got to check in on him. He's doing himself pretty well. And that brings me joy that one of my peers is doing good. So, and now we'll put a nice bow on it tonight and we will raid into the best stove. Now, I've never been good at raid messages. But how about? How about, you. I owe you one raid message. How about that? I owe you one. So, tonight I'm just taking a quick peek here. The Best Stove is playing Content Warning. And if you've never, for those of you who haven't seen that before, it's made by, I think, the same developers who made Totally Accurate Battlegrounds, which was a very goofy, it was a totally goofy, ragdolly, parody of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. And they got pretty infamous for that, but as time went on, they started doing things a little bit more on their own. And when they saw the success of Lethal Company, they decided to make their own little, not a parody, but inspired by it, except instead of trying to collect resources, you're trying to collect good content for your YouTube channel. And you're going into some scary underground place with monsters. And you're just trying to get things that you think that your YouTube channel would enjoy. And I think it's rather funny, if not a little cynical. So, we're gonna get raided over. So, thank you everybody for swinging by, and thanks again, Roger Wabbit. You go by Roger, right? Well, nevertheless, thank you for raiding in. I appreciate it. So, as always, I'm not going to tell you what to do, so I'm not going to tell you to stay out of trouble. But all I ask is that if you do get in trouble, you make sure it's the good kind of trouble. And you all stay safe out there, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye for now.